Mr. Mayor, it's time.
I'd like to call this special meeting to order on Wednesday, December 13th, 2023. Roll call, please.
Mayor Donald Hewish,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tempore Margaret Morales. Present. Councilmember Mitch Lindeman,
Here.
Councilmember Dania Acosta, Councilmember Ray Shelton,
Present.
Councilmember Michael Valdenegro,
Present.
Councilmember Jose Alba,
Here.
City Manager Ana Urquijo. Present. City Attorney Dennis Fitzgibbons. City Treasurer Luis Pedrosa.
Present.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, for the record, the city attorney is trying to connect and Mrs. Acosta is running tardy.
Thank you very much. Item number 3, persons wishing to address the council in writing or verbally on any item not on the agenda. Do we have anybody for this meeting?
No, we do not, Mr. Mayor.
Item number 4, discussion decision to call for and conduct an executive session for the following items. Item A, under the authority of ARS 38-431.03 subsection A3, 4, and 7, to consider its position, instruct its representatives, and obtain legal advice regarding the purchase and sale agreement between the City of Douglas and Harrow Cooley LLC, and give direction how to proceed with this matter. Item B, under the authority of ARS 38-431.03 subsection A3, 4, and 7, to consider its position, instruct its representatives on how to proceed and obtain legal advice regarding city-owned parcel 410-16-163 for the new well 18 to provide potable water to the City of Douglas service area. Item C, under the authority of ARS 38-431.03 subsection A3, 4, and 7, to consider its position, instruct its representatives on how to proceed and obtain legal advice regarding the property located at 1701 10th Street. And item D, under the authority of ARS 38-431.03 subsection A1, to consider its position and instruct its representatives on how to proceed with the city clerk's salary. And item E, under the authority of ARS 38-431.03 subsection A1, to conduct the annual personnel evaluation for the city treasurer. Please let the record show that Ms. Acosta is here with us. Thank you. May I have a motion regarding conducting executive session? Yes, please, Ms. Morales.
Executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Morales, second by Ms. Acosta to enter into executive session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta,
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton,
Yes.
Councilmember Valdenegro,
Yes.
Councilmember Alba,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Morales.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, motion carries. We enter an executive session at 4:03 PM.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, just for the record, the city attorney is connected.
Hi, Dennis.
What about, they ever get it? I see. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't like it either. That number, Sue has procured.
Like to end this like to end this executive session, may I have a motion to adjourn the executive session, please?
I make the motion, we adjourn the executive session.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Shelton, second by Ms. Morales to adjourn the executive session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta,
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton.
Yes.
Councilmember Valdenegro.
Yes.
Councilmember Grijalva.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morales. Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, motion carries. We reconvene at 5:49 PM. Item number 5, update direction on executive session items. Item A regarding the purchase and sale agreement between the city of Douglas and Harold Cooley LLC regarding the city-owned parcel 410-16-163 for the new well 18th to provide potable water to the city of Douglas service area, and regarding the property located at 1701 10th Street. Regarding the first item, the purchase and sale agreement between the city of Douglas and Harold Cooley, we've instructed staff to proceed with the requirements of the sale document. So that will be proceeding as directed. As far as the parcel regarding the well, we've instructed staff to seek out the any property owners of neighboring registered wells to see what we can do to mitigate any conflicts there so that we can proceed with our well 18. And regarding the property located at 1701 10th Street, we've instructed the staff to come back with various options at a future meeting, hopefully in January. I hate to put everybody on the spot, but hopefully in January, we would have that. And item B, regarding on how to proceed with the city clerk's salary, it's on the regular agenda item coming up here in a few minutes, and we'll take care of that at that time. Item number 6, adjournment. May I have a motion to adjourn? Yes, Ms. Morales. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Morales, second by Mrs. Acosta to adjourn our special meeting. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by nay? The ayes have it. We stand adjourned at 5:51.
So she's the NMC, now we can see it.
Mr. Mayor, it's time.
I'd like to call this regular meeting to order. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our invocation by Councilman Grijalva, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would you do us the honor, please?
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we're here this Wednesday evening to gather together to make decisions that are pertaining to the future of our city, Father. We pray that we look to you for guidance in these matters. We pray that we do what's best for our city, what's best for our constituents. Father, we also pray that you bless the city, that you keep blessing it, Father. We know that we've gone through tough times, but we know that as long as we're a God-fearing city, that your promises are waiting for us in the future. Please help those who are hurting, help those who are going through trials and tribulations, help those who are going through ailments, physical, mentally, and emotionally. Help them, Father, that they recover from what they're going through. And we pray, Father, that we unite as a city, that we make the best decisions that are possible, and that we glorify your name in everything that we do. In your Son's perfect name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Grijalva. I apologize for the short notice. Item number 4, roll call, please.
Mayor Donald Hewish,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Margaret Morales, President, Councilmember Mitch Lindemann,
Here.
Councilmember Dania Acosta,
Present.
Councilmember Ray Shelton,
Present.
Councilmember Michael Valdenegro,
Present.
Councilmember Jose Grijalva,
Here.
City Manager Arnold O'Keefe,
Present.
City Attorney Dennis Fitzgibbons,
Present.
City Treasurer Luis Pedrosa,
Present.
Thank you. Item number 5, presentation of awards. Item A, recognition of the Benson Visitor Center for advertising the Douglas community as part of the historic Arizona 80 project. We're greatly appreciative of that. We're excited to have the mayor of Benson here with us tonight, a good friend. Joe Conrad's visiting with us tonight. Joe, we appreciate it. He's brought along his sidekick that keeps him out of trouble, the city manager over there, Vicky Vivian. So we appreciate your presence here. And now I'd like to say a little bit background on 3 of these individuals that helped make this possible to this wonderful project. I believe I saw we have one of the stars of the video here too tonight. Luana, did I see? Oh, she's one of the stars of the video. So she's here with us tonight also. First, I'd like to lead off with Mr. Bob Nilsson, tourism supervisor of the City of Benson Visitor Center since 2003. Bob is no stranger to writing grants, having written one to Union Pacific to enable the center to have the G-Scale train simulator, which has become the calling card to the visitor center. Bob's most recent grant was the VAI, Visit Arizona Initiative, Round 1 grant, which included the design of the historic Highway 80 map, visitor center magnets, as well as print advertisement that promoted a road trip down historical Highway 80. The next person we'd like to recognize is Kathy Lara, social media manager / tourism clerk of the City of Benson Visitor Center since 2019. Kathy successfully wrote the VAI Visit Arizona Initiative Round 2 grant. This was her first grant, which included a website and a 28-minute travel guide to historic Highway 80. She also elevated the social media presence at the visitor center with videos and content. And last but not least, our videographer, Brett Allen, executive producer at Official Best of America since 2007, a TV travel series covering over 30 states in the U.S. that has aired on Travel Channel, Discovery Channel, and all major networks. Brett lives in Sierra Vista and has long been a videographer and editor, and film/edited the half-hour video historic Highway 80 through Cochise County that was part of the Governor's Award City of Benson Visitor Center received at the Governor's Convention on Tourism put on by the Arizona Office of Tourism. If I could invite you five individuals to come up, if you would please, to receive this small token of our appreciation for that. And the council would like to come down and join for a photo with them. It'd be greatly appreciated.
Oh, yes.
Let me get behind there too. Oh,
I think we're gonna have to squeeze in for everybody. Go sideways or whatever. Item number 5B, recognition to Mr. Randy Heiss for his dedicated service to the city of Douglas community and throughout the Seagull region. Randy was originally from Michigan. He found his way to southeastern Arizona in February of 1982 and became deeply enchanted with its climate, scenic beauty, and unique cultural fabric. He decided to relocate here. With a natural talent for writing, he began his public service as a consultant to the town of Patagonia, assisting them with grant writing and regulatory compliance issues for various infrastructure projects. In 2002, when a vacancy occurred in the position of the town clerk/manager, Randy applied and was hired. In addition to his regular job duties, Randy was responsible for planning, securing grant financing, and managing the implementation of major infrastructure improvement projects in this small rural community of 950 residents. In June of 2009, Randy took the leap from local to regional planning when he was hired to lead the Southeastern Arizona Government's Organization, where he was quick to realize the region's best opportunity to diversify and grow its economy was expanding cross-border commerce, something he passionately pursues in his work today. He and his Latin American wife, Marcela, split time between their homes in the beautiful communities of Patagonia and Bisbee, and are frequent travelers to the Guaymas-San Carlos area, where they enjoy the beach and the genuine warmth and hospitality of the Sonoran people. Randy is retiring at the end of the month or the first part of next month? January 16th, he's officially retiring for Seagull, and we'd like to take this opportunity he's been a very big champion for the city of Douglas and for throughout the region in making sure that all our voices are heard at throughout the state and throughout the federal government. So Randy, we'd like to present you with a small token, a plaque on our genuine and great gratitude for all your efforts. And again, council, I'm sorry if you'd like to come down for a picture.
It's all your business.
You'd like to? Item number 5C, Christmas Light Parade winners. We had a very successful Christmas light parade this past the Saturday after Thanksgiving. 25th, was it? Seems like a long time ago, but it was not too long ago. We had way over 40 entries in the parade. It was very successful and it was the most attended parade that I've seen in I don't know how long. It was very, very well attended. So we'd like to honor the third place winners. And I'll tell you third, second, and first, and then we can all get up here and take a group picture all at once, if that's okay. In third place, Joe Carlson Elementary School. And in second place, Cochise County Sheriff's Office. And this year's winner in first place, our own Miss Douglas Days, Valentina Correa. Maybe she's still not out of her globe. She was in this big snow globe, so maybe she didn't make it out. But if you please come forward and accept your trophies. And council, you can stand up here or come down, whatever you'd like to do. I'm getting my exercise.
First place not here. Yeah, I think we should stand behind. Stands up.
Yeah.
Do I move or?
That way. We can get us otherwise we squish together too much.
Thank you so much for all the community support that we have in our wonderful community. Item number 6, persons wishing to address the council in writing or verbally on any item not on the agenda. Do we have anybody?
Yes, sir.
Please. First, we have Ms. Ida Pedrego. Please, Ms. Ida.
Good evening, and I've been up here plenty of times, so you know where I live. And I'm bringing to light, because I know in the past we had spoken about the 8th Street swimming pool. And I had not heard anything and I just wanted to make sure, and right now I was explaining that yes, it's going to be, but I want to make sure that the city understands the value of having the swimming pool at the 8th Street Park. There's a lot of students who use it. And we sometimes, as a council, need to look, it's not just the money, but it's the effect that it has on the youth of our community. The youth of our community, we don't have a youth center. We don't really have an activity where kids can go and play and have fun. I live by the 8th Street Park. I don't know how many of you go and see, but it's pretty packed almost any time. I know this last year we didn't occupy it in the past too, because I did ask for some information. I know that it's not cost effective at this point, but I'm sure it could be. But we need to make sure that we keep it open because it gives something for the youth of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pedrego. Next, we have Councilman Jose Grijalva, or citizen, I'm not sure which you represent, Mr. Grove. Please.
I'll just go by Jose.
Okay, Jose. Thank you.
Jose Grijalva, 1220 21st Street here in Douglas, Mayor and Council. I'm here to bring a petition, and it was described this way. The city of Douglas has been designated a Purple Heart City, yet hasn't shown our veterans the proper recognition they deserve. For Veterans Day 2023, the American Legion decided to create a personalized banner to honor our local heroes, and the city quickly removed them while keeping the generic banners for veterans that promoted the city instead of them. The city of Douglas has enough space to leave the personalized veteran banners up permanently, as each pole has 2 available slots. The city needs to work with the American Legion and assist with displaying these banners to honor our heroes who helped keep our country free and great. I'd also like a few points on this. There was an individual who was not the point of contact that asked for the banners to come down. When City Hall talked to the Legion was not in favor of being part of the seasonal program, which would include them only being up 2 or 3 times a year. So this is for a petition to leave them up so it could come to council on behalf of our veterans. And I also wanted this is away from the petition, but this is one of the problems that the city has been having with its residents. Our residents feel like they're not being heard. Our residents feel like City Hall is doing what they want as opposed to what the citizens want and need in our community. Sorry, it's different talking elsewhere than up here. So at the suggestion of residents, small businesses, and veterans also, I'd also like to announce that I will be picking up a packet for the mayoral election next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. If we could put that petition according to our charter, I believe, next regular meeting. Yeah, thank you very much. Item number 7, discussion decision on approval of consent agenda items. Item A, expenditures for the month of November 2023, totaling $3,087,057.55. Item B, meeting minutes for November 8, 2023. Item C, Industrial Development Authority appointment of Ivan Perez. And item D, Planning and Zoning Commission appointment of Mr. Richard Acosta. May I have a motion regarding the consent agenda items?
Mayor,
Yes, Ms. Morales.
the Budget Mayor and Council consent agenda items A, B, and D as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Morales, second by Mrs. Acosta to approve the consent agenda items as presented. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta,
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton.
Yes.
Councilmember Montenegro.
Yes.
Councilmember Grijalva,
Congratulations to the appointees. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Morales.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, motion carries. We have Ms. Perez and Mr. Acosta here this evening. We'd like to present them with a certificate of appointment, if we could. Please come forward. We truly appreciate these two individuals for their willingness to serve along with all the other many members of our community that serve on boards and commissions. Item number 8, discussion decision on approvals. Item A, first reading of ordinance number 23-1171, an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, to undertake a departmental organization affecting the police department and amending the ordinances number 631, 673, 728, 848, 04-871, 09-954, 13-1027, 18-1086, 19-1103, 19-1108, 21-1133, 22-1142, and 23-1159, establishing severability of components of ordinance and establishing an effective date thereof. Chief, are you up?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Through the budget process, we currently have a limited status accreditation manager position approved for the current fiscal year. The police department recognizes the benefits that accreditation status brings to our agency through peer review of internal policies, procedures, operations, and training intended to promote industry best practices and improve transparency with the community that we proudly serve. The Arizona Law Enforcement Accreditation Program, ALEAP, was established by the Arizona Association of Chiefs of Police, ACOP, in 2018. ALEAP works tirelessly to tailor industry best practices for law enforcement through the great state of Arizona. The accreditation process is information intensive and time sensitive. The police department is proposing, instead of hiring a limited status accreditation manager, to eliminate one of the vacant police sergeant positions, one of 6, and create a full-time permanent police administrative programs coordinator position, with this position being in charge of the initial and ongoing accreditation process, along with other administrative programs such as our body worn cameras. Staff is requesting approval.
Thank you. May I have a motion regarding the proposed ordinance?
Mayor,
Yes, please, Ms. Costa.
I move that mayor and council approve the placement of ordinance number 23-1171 on its first reading by number and title only.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Costa, second by Mr. Bonaventura to place the ordinance number 23-1171 on its first reading by number and title only. Any questions or discussion?
Mayor?
Yes, please, Mr. Relva.
Chief, when I first saw the police administrative programs coordinator, I thought, oh, they just want somebody just to be maybe like a secretary or something. But just to make it known to the public, when you actually read the background to this, basically marketing, it's basically IT, it's basically all these different positions, all these different tasks for one position that takes the load off you guys from doing it yourselves. And you're already busy doing grants also for you also. Just wanted to say, I didn't think you needed this much help, but again, whatever makes all your lives easier because of the jobs that you do protecting us, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I have a question.
Yes, please, Mr. Bonaventura.
Chief, we want to tell everybody what you have around your face there, and what the reason is behind it, because everybody's curious to see.
So I was identified as Santa by somebody that won't be named. But what this is what started a couple of years ago as part of No Shave November. For those of you that aren't familiar with that, No Shave November is an outward demonstration of men's health as well as cancer awareness. And we've done that internally as a department to raise funds. So in order to grow your facial hair, which is not usually allowed by our policy, we only allow for a mustache or a goatee. But to grow a beard you contribute $30 a month. So again, we started this 3 years ago. We started with just November. Last year, it extended to December, and this year we moved it up a month to October. So over each year, we've raised roughly about $2,000 through employee contributions. And what we do with that is turn around and give that to the 100 Club of Arizona. 100 Club provides all kinds of benefits and resources to first responders, for police, fire, for hardship cases, as well as cancer, line of duty deaths, and to their families as well. So it's a good cause. It allows the officers to let their hair down, if you will, at least for a short period of time. And then come January 1, we're back to high and tight. So
Thank
that's
you.
what it's about.
Thank you for that explanation. Anyone else?
Mayor,
Yes, please, Mr. Lindeman.
Chief, you look good in that though. My question was, is this position is not a sworn position?
Correct.
But is a person going to be put in that is a sworn person?
No, so the recommendation is that the existing position is a sworn position. The administrative sergeant position is a sworn position. So we're looking to replace that position with a professional staff, non-sworn position.
I guess my crux of my question was, are we going to be short of any sworn personnel?
No, in the sense that because of the title of administrative sergeant, the position has evolved over time. When I first started, that position was really an administrative position. They were the ones paying the bills and doing the day-to-day operations for the agency, making sure the lights stayed on, if you will, everything from quartermaster for our uniforms to fleet maintenance and things of that nature. Over time, those responsibilities have been reassigned to other positions within the agency, including the administrative assistant that works under me. So a lot of those responsibilities have been absorbed, which does give us the opportunity to take advantage of the position in this fashion as it's being presented.
Well, we do have openings for more sworn officers, so we're always covered.
Yes, we do have vacancies right now. We are working on trying to fill those ahead of the January Academy.
Okay.
And we do have 3 applicants in the running, so.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindeman. Anyone else? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta.
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton.
Yes.
Councilmember Montenegro.
Yes.
Councilmember Grijalva.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morales. Yes. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, motion carries.
An ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, to undertake a departmental reorganization affecting the police department and amending the ordinance number 631, 673, 728, 848, 04-871, 09-954, 13-1027, 18-1086, 19-1103, 19-1108, 21-1133, 22-1142, and 23-1159, establishing severability of components of ordinance and establishing an effective date thereof.
Thank you. May I have a motion regarding the approval of the first reading of ordinance number 23-1171?
Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Costa?
I move that mayor and council approve the first reading of ordinance number 23-1171 and to place it on its second reading by number and title only.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Acosta, second by Mr. Baldanegro to approve the first reading of ordinance number 23-1171 and to place it on second reading by number and title only. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta.
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton.
Yes.
Councilmember Montenegro.
Yes.
Councilmember Grijalva.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morales. Yes. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, motion carries.
An ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, to undertake a departmental reorganization affecting the police department and amending the ordinance number 631, 673, 728, 848, 04-871, 09-954, 13-1027, 18-1086, 19-1103, 19-1108, 21-1133, 22-1142, and 23-1159. Establishing severability of components of ordinance and establishing an effective date thereof.
Thank you very much. We now see our first place winner arrived. So we'll take a brief going backwards a little bit and award the first place in the Christmas Light Parade to Miss Douglas Days Valentina Correa.
We stand up.
Mr. Mayor.
We sure she's messed up this week. It's taking us a while.
Snowball. We love the snowball.
Got the best plug-in?
Back to item 8B, discussing decision on approval of first reading of ordinance number 23-1172, an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, adopting marijuana land uses amendments to the Douglas zoning code, Article 5 of Title 17, and Chapter 5.02 of the Douglas Municipal Code by reference to amend certain provisions relating to the update of rules and regulations to zoning within the city of Douglas and to the licensing and taxation of marijuana land uses, establishing severability of components of ordinance and establishing an effective date thereof. Mr. Osborne, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We bring to you this ordinance to amend the regulations of the city regarding marijuana land uses to make equivalent nonprofit medical dispensaries and adult recreational retail use marijuana establishments. The statute was provided to our Planning and Zoning Commission, and a number of options were provided to them, a baseline to bring our regulations into parity with the statute, making sure that our land uses were treated equivalently as required by statute. The particular section of statute is in Title 36, Chapter 28.2, the Section 36-2857 localities, marijuana establishments, and marijuana testing facilities, most specifically subsection C1, which states that a locality may not enact any ordinance, regulation, or rule that, one, is more restrictive than a comparable ordinance, regulation, or rule that applies to nonprofit medical marijuana dispensaries. And so that is the largest, the largest cause for these proposed amendments. But we're also looking to bring our regulations into line with statutory requirements in terms of sensitive uses and separation distance from sensitive uses. And so the option B was adopted as a recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission at its last public hearing, unanimously 5-0. And if you have any questions that you'd like to ask about the amendment and the ordinance, I'd be happy to answer those for you.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. May I have a motion regarding the placement of the ordinance? Yes, Ms. Morales.
Number 23-1172 on its first reading by number and title only.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Morales, second by Mr. Lindeman to place ordinance number 23-1172 on its first reading by number and title only. Any questions or comments, please? Yes, Mrs. Morales.
It's my belief that in the past we've had interest in having this dispensary open here. But the interested parties were not able to meet the requirements, so this will allow them to be able to meet the requirements, correct?
Correct. The amendments provide the opportunity for a dispensary or for an establishment. One is nonprofit, the other is for profit. One's recreational, one is for medical use and for those who might hold a green card with the state of Arizona Department of Health. Both are regulated by the State Department of Health. All marijuana uses in the state are regulated by the Department of Health, including for permitting and for issuance of, through a lottery process, the opportunity to apply for a location in Douglas. If our regulations restrict the location of where that lottery winner might be able to locate, as has happened in the past, what we find is that we have one opportunity and that opportunity may be lost. So these regulations that are proposed provide the most flexibility for locating a use, recognizing that state law has controls on the use specifically and also in coordination with law enforcement.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, please, Mr. Grover.
A few years ago, we voted when we were gonna treat recreational the same as medicinal, that anybody who wanted to set up had to set up west of Pan American. And as I see here, it seems like it's mostly so it could stay away from schools, right?
The regulations that are proposed maintain schools as a sensitive use, whether private or public school, as required by statute. But for the other uses that we have defined as sensitive, those are not included in statute. Those are not statutory requirements, and they basically limit, as you can see from there's an existing map, a map of existing regulations that was provided, and then what each of the options would do as far as impact of reducing those sensitive uses or reducing the separation distance for the sensitive uses. Option B features only schools, public or private, 500 feet separation distance from any proposed use.
The reason I bring that up is because if we push them to Pan American, west of Pan American, that's business, that's commercial. So there's not gonna be any public or private schools. I think what we should have been focusing on for private and public schools to not be setting up in a business district, because right now we have that problem where there's schools that are grandfathered in downtown who cross every weekday during dangerous traffic because they could set up there. So I think we should be focusing on schools not being able to set up in a business district instead of telling the businesses don't set up near school, because we're still going to be having that problem that we have down G Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else?
Nope.
Mr. Shelton, please.
How about close to churches?
Churches are not identified in statute as a sensitive use. We have them in our current regulations as a sensitive use with a separation distance, I believe, of 1,000 feet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Acosta, please.
If memory serves me right, I think when we adopted our, standards, it was just fairly new. So there really wasn't a whole lot of guidance out there for this, medicinal marijuana, for these, dispensaries. So, I mean, I think that if it's causing that business to not come into our community, then we need to go with whatever the standard regulations are. It's good revenue for our city, and I just don't see, not that I'm a proponent of marijuana use, but I think that the revenue portion is definitely working for other communities, and we need that. So I would say that, we go with whatever the standard is as far as guidelines.
Thank you, Mrs. Acosta. Anyone else? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta,
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton,
No.
Councilmember Valdenegro,
Yes.
Councilmember Grijalva,
Reasons I stated no.
Mayor Pro Tempore Morales,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, motion carries.
An ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, adopting a marijuana land uses amendments to the Douglas zoning code, Article 5 of Title 17 and Chapter 5.02 of the Douglas Municipal Code, by reference to amend certain provisions relating to the update of rules and regulations to zoning within the city of Douglas and to the licensing and taxation of marijuana land uses, establishing severability of components of ordinance and establishing an effective date thereof.
Thank you. May I have a motion regarding the adoption of the first reading? Yes, Ms. Morales?
Three 1172 and to place it on a second reading by number and final reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Morales, second by Mr. Lindeman to approve the first reading of the ordinance number 23-1172 and to place it on second reading by number and title only. Any questions or discussion? Mr. Osborne, do you know if you mentioned that we can't go more restrictive? Is that my understanding, what you said?
More restrictive between different marijuana,
Right.
between establishments versus dispensaries.
Right.
They should be treated equally under statute. And so what we had found is that there were some inequalities in both directions with requirements for conditional use permit for establishments, but not for dispensary. And also for the opportunity, though, through a conditional use permit for the expansion of the size of an establishment, but not for the same treatment of dispensaries. So we're making things equivalent for both.
So this will put us in compliance, in other words, with the newest straight regulations, which may change next year.
Right. But also, again, if we do get another candidate who goes through the state's process of vetting for their being offered an opportunity to locate in Douglas, it's easier for them to find a candidate location, but they still will have to follow the state's regulations on the specifics of the use.
Areas. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta,
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton,
No.
Councilmember Valdenegro,
Yes.
Councilmember Tejada,
No.
Mayor Pro Tempore Morales,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, motion carries.
An ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, adopting marijuana land uses amendments to the Douglas zoning code, Article 5 of Title 17 and Chapter 5.02 of the Douglas Municipal Code, by reference to amend certain provisions relating to the updates of rules and regulations to zoning within the city of Douglas and to the licensing and taxation of marijuana land uses, establishing severability of components of ordinance and establishing an effective date thereof.
Thank you. Item number 8C, discussion decision on resolution number 23-1578. A resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled marijuana land uses amendments to the Douglas zoning code, Article 5 of Title 17 and Chapter 5.02 of the Douglas Municipal Code, by reference to amend certain provisions relating to the update of rules and regulations to zoning within the city of Douglas and to the licensing and fees of marijuana land uses. Mr. Osborne, or is this a Mr.?
I think I can take this one. This is, we've done that, council's done this before. Arizona Revised Statute 9-802 allows a council to adopt codes, things like that are fairly lengthy by reference. This saves the city on publication costs because all our ordinances have to be published in a newspaper. So the legislature allows us to declare the code a public record, tell people where they can find a copy of it, and that saves the city on publication costs. So all we're trying to do through this resolution is simply declare the marijuana land uses amendments as a public record, so we don't have to publish it all in the newspaper. The ordinance will still be published. People will know how to get a copy of these amendments from contacting the city clerk. This just saves us on publication costs.
Thank you. May I have a motion regarding the resolution?
Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Valdenegro.
I move that the mayor and council approve the placement of ordinance number 23-1172 on its first reading by number and title only.
Point of order, Mr. Montenegro, if we can go back to item C, it's the resolution, if you want to make that motion.
Please.
It's resolution 23-1578.
Where is it? I'm sorry.
Mr. Montenegro.
I move that the mayor and council approve resolution number 23-1578.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Baldonado, second by Mrs. Acosta to approve resolution number 23-1578. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta,
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton,
No,
Councilmember Valdenegro,
Yes.
Councilmember Grijalva.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Morales.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, motion carries. Item number 8D, discussing decision on first reading of ordinance number 23-1173. An ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, authorizing the purchase of real property located at 2017 Rogers Avenue, Douglas, Arizona, at a purchase price of $560,000. Approving the purchase and sale agreement and escrow instructions with the University of Arizona Board of Regents. Authorizing the mayor and city manager to execute all necessary documents, establishing severability of components of ordinance and establishing an effective date thereof. Mr. Kiko, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We have Chief Bullen available for any questions that may come up in terms of what the facility has done in the past, what we've been working towards. But the primary reason this comes to you is we had been planning to pursue the project of a new facility for animal control or for our animal control shelter because we don't have enough space. And the facility that we leased from the University of Arizona had for some time been planned out. It's a much larger facility, but they only lease a small portion for us. And the rest of the facility had been planned for usage in their veterinary program, which they added a couple of years back. Since that occurred, the university has changed their plans in terms of that site for that program, and they are not pursuing to have a presence as they initially did. So the conversation came up for possible lease purchase options. We've engaged in different conversations. But when all of that was occurring, mayor and council gave direction to staff to pursue some architectural design concepts for a new facility. And in the budget, we've been setting aside $300,000 for that potential future facility, community facility for that purpose. And those quotes or estimates came back as a possible investment of $3 million to do that. So that's kind of what we were, that was created the dilemma, moving forward, trying to find the right site for that. And we were kind of hitting various challenges to move forward. So in the conversations continued with the University of Arizona, we approached them since their plans changed, what their process would be to consider either a land lease purchase or a sale. And we've been guided and working with legal on that. We are not able to enter into a lease purchase agreement. That's not part of how they operate. They either go to a public auction or consider us what they refer to as a sole source in this case, for many reasons, which we kind of were able to check the boxes and meet the eligibility for. And I think that's kind of the best opportunity for us. Their only indicator is that we would have to purchase at fair market value. So they did conduct an appraisal. That's where the number the 560,000 sale cost comes from. We are verifying on whether they went through a two appraisal process. Not sure if we heard back yet, But Mr. Pedrosa is working on those final details to make sure that we have a combination or comparison of that appraisal cost. And we have also attached the purchase agreement to consider this under our ordinance process. Obviously, we require 2 readings plus 30 days to allow us to even move forward. The Board of Regents plans to consider, based on council direction, their next step in their February 21st meeting. So this gives us an opportunity to kind of get through our windows, and Mr. Pedrosa is available to discuss the financing which he intends to seek, or we can also consider different direction from council if they prefer to put the 300,000 upfront as a down payment towards the facility, finance the remainder, or pay the remainder directly to avoid any long-term financing interest costs and whatnot. So Mr. Pedrosa can speak to the financing portion, and then we'll open it up for questions. Again, Chief is also available if there's questions specific to the contents of the facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Pedrosa, please.
Mr. Mayor?
Just a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
More explanation, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll get you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As mentioned, we had set aside $300,000 in the budget for this. Just some ideas about the financing is to really allocate those 300,000 towards the purchase price, leaving 260,000 left for other financing. So as you know, interest rates right now are higher than we would like them to be. So one of the ideas is to really look at funding the 260,000 out of our reserves for now, and basically paying us back with the savings from rent, which is about $35,000 a year. Incurring those savings would allow us to pay that ourselves back. Basically, we can also seek out a loan. Again, just the interest rates. Not necessarily the most favorable at this time, and looking at those options. The other thing that we were looking at is the facility might need some improvements as well, but those are things that we can certainly handle through the budget process and get those improvements in there. So again, we're looking at the 260,000. We are comfortable with the reserve levels that we have to be able to handle that and be able to, like I said, finance it over 10 years. And we would basically repay ourselves back from the savings of rent that we're paying the U of A.
Mayor, if I may add also that this movement towards owning our own shelter and the entire facility there, obviously, we're very short of space currently, but it also allows us to be more in control of our destiny in terms of animal control. We are able to then solicit and partner with agencies to have programs on site, neuter and spay programs and veterinary visits. And we, I think, need to have that benefit of an expanded presence in our community for that function. So I wanted to make sure I stated that as well.
Thank you. May I have a motion, Mr. Shelton, please?
Okay, I move the mayor and council approve the placement of ordinance number 23-1173 on its first reading by number and title only.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Shelton, second by Mrs. Acosta to approve the placement of ordinance number 23-1173 on its first reading by number and title only. Any questions or discussion?
Mayor,
Yes, please, Mr. Baldonado.
I have a couple questions. Mr. Pedro says, does the building come with the equipment? And does it also have extra land around the building? Or how
Yes.
much acreage?
Mr. Valdenegro, yes, it does come with some equipment that was outlined to us actually today. There's some veterinary tables there on the U of A side of things. We have some refrigerators, some small equipment. And I'm sorry, I don't have the list in front of me, maybe.
We're passing that out. I'll go ahead and read. On the U of A side, we have office chairs, work tables, conference tables, portable oxygen tank and cart, 3 exam tables, a refrigerator, surgical equipment, operating light, dental machine, lockers, filing cabinets, washer, dryer, dishwasher, small refrigerator, permanent kennels, portable kennels on the City of Douglas leased portion. We have washer and dryer, chest type freezers, dishwasher, permanent kennels and portable kennels. And then exterior to the building, there's a metal building which contains water heater, exam lights, and unknown contents in various boxed items.
Thank you. Mr. Bolanegro, yeah.
Oh, the second,
got some
one,
other
how
questions?
much property does it come with?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How much real estate does it have?
Oh, the size of the parcel,
Yes.
either chief or no, we're not.
I just, sorry, Mr.
Wanna
Valdenegro,
make sure we get that.
3.1 acres
Thank you.
is the parcel.
So that could be for additional city use, right?
Possibility, yes. Directly. Mr. Shelton, please.
Yes, my first thought on this was, let's build a, say, forget it and build a new one, but the estimates came in at how much?
3 million.
3 million to do one, so we can go in there. And it's been a while since it's been updated. I mean, many moves. So if we could get it and update it and make it look nice and get it, yeah, you know, where it looks modern and so forth. I'm all for this.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Anyone else?
Mayor,
Yes, please, Mr. Groff.
I'm fully on board with the need for an animal shelter. The part that worries me is taking it out of the reserves. We've had ARPA funds from the federal government for the last 2 years, 2.9 million. If we're gonna pay ourselves back, and if that's gonna be used for G Avenue isn't gonna be done overnight. It's gonna take years. So why don't we take it out of that and then pay ourselves back by putting it back into G Avenue when it's needed? Because these are supposed to be used for emergencies. So if we're taking this much out as an emergency, and you know, let's be realistic, if the, what is it, $37,000 that are being basically freed up, the government's always gonna say, well, we could use it for something else, and then it's gonna get used up and we're not gonna have it anymore. So I think we need to be using funds that are readily available now instead of dipping in our reserves. So I'd like to make an amendment to this ordinance, where instead of using the reserves, we use our ARPA funds.
There's a motion to amend to use ARPA funds instead of reserve. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Acosta. Any other questions regarding the amendment?
Not the amendment, but can we continue to discuss or we have to
Sure.
vote on
No,
the?
please.
Okay,
If you would like to discuss the main motion, you bet.
yeah, sure. I
Please.
mean, I think Mr. Shelton kind of brought up the fact that, you know, we're looking at either a $3 million expense or you know, $500,000 expense, a little over $500,000, but it's needed. Has there been any talks with like Humane Society or other agencies that we can partner with or that have shown interest in partnering so that we can maybe have an adoption, a better adoption program for
Mayor, Councilmember Acosta, I don't know that we've actively had that conversation currently. I know that in the past we partnered from many different perspectives with those agencies, but being limited and even the space we currently have. But that's the opportunity that I've said, it puts us in that space of our own destiny to be able to work through those types of things. And that would actually be a huge asset and benefits for us to be able to do more outreach for that purpose.
Mr. Mayor, can I go back for a second? I think the motion was actually made by Councilmember Shelton. Is that correct?
Yes.
What?
the motion was made by Councilmember Shelton, so it's his motion that was second.
Oklahoma.
When Councilmember Grijalva made an amendment,
I see.
I think technically, Councilmember Shelton has to accept the amendment. Because if he doesn't accept the amendment to use ARPA funds, he has a right to have his motion voted on before we go back and talk about the ARPA funds. If he accepts the amendment, then we have an amended motion to approve and use ARPA funds on the table, and that's what's being discussed. I just want to make sure that Councilmember Shelton, since he made the original motion, accepts the amendment to the motion.
And we have more motions to come. Mr.
Okay.
Shelton.
I think I would rather just go ahead and keep my motion
Okay,
as it was.
so we'll deal with that.
And not that I'm not against it. I think we needed to maybe discuss this a little bit more instead of all of a sudden bang, 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 and see what the ramifications one way or the other should be. But
Okay.
anyway, I'm gonna keep it and
We'll proceed that way and then,
not to.
Mr. Grijalva, you can make your amendment after this.
Yeah, maybe you could have an amendment.
Because I think what we could do with this ordinance is go forward, we can go forward with the actual motion once we're ready to vote on it. And then if the motion passes or doesn't pass, Mr. Grijalva still has his amendment. I'm trying to think through this. He'd still have his amendment to use ARPA funds. And then when the ordinance came back a second, if that amendment passes, we would just put it in the second ordinance of how we'll pay for it.
The second reading is what you're saying.
Right. Any questions on that? Am I confusing everybody on this?
Oh, okay, if I go ahead and say accept Mr. Grijalva's
Amendment.
amendment, then we vote on that, right? Right
Yeah,
now?
we'd vote on the ordinance with with Councilmember Grijalva's amendment to use ARPA funds. So when the ordinance comes back a second time to you, we would insert the use of ARPA funds.
Then it's just another point of clarification. We're on the placement of the ordinance by number and title only right now.
And I think that's, you guys do that, and I think that's what, so I think since you're not voting on the actual ordinance, maybe.
So if
Yeah, I've
I
never
may,
had this.
Dennis, we'll just have a council member, Grijalva withdraw his motion and Mrs. Acosta her second, so that we can continue the discussion under the placement or the original motion and then move forward with if there are any amendments.
If there's any amendments, okay, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I've never had this.
Councilmember Grijalva,
That makes sense to
does that
everyone?
make sense?
I guess. I have no
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
We're
well,
all confused.
so, well, yeah,
Second first.
we are confused, but let's do this. Let's vote on the placement of the ordinance and then we're gonna vote on approving the first reading. So that's when I think more.
Yeah, there you go,
discussion
on the
happen
second reading.
And any amendments.
about it.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, call for the question on the placement of ordinance number 23-1173 on its first reading by number and title only. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta.
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton,
Yes,
Councilmember Valdenegro,
Yes.
Councilmember Grijalva.
No,
Mayor Pro Tempore Morales.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, motion carries.
an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, authorizing the purchase of real property located at 2017 Rogers Avenue, Douglas, Arizona, and a purchase price of $560,000, approving the purchase and sale agreement and escrow instructions with the University of Arizona Board of Regents, authorizing the mayor and the city manager to execute all necessary documents, establishing severability of components of ordinance, and establishing an effective date thereof.
Thank you. I have a motion regarding the approval and or amending of the first reading of ordinance number 23-1173.
right? Because I think this could be the time that Councilmember Grijalva makes his amendment. I
Yeah,
remember you
yeah.
guys do 2 steps on these ordinances.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to amend this ordinance by replacing the reserve funds with the ARPA funds to fund it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Grijalva, second by Mrs. Acosta to approve the first reading with the change of using the reserve for the balance of the $260,000 balance and use ARPA funds to pay for that balance. Questions, comments?
Question.
Yes, please, Mr. Shelton.
Luis, what would you recommend?
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Shelton, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, the reserve that we are recommending or that we talked about is basically the unrestricted reserve, not, I want to be clear that it's not the emergency funds or anything like that. It's the unrestricted reserve that we set aside for capital projects. And the ARPA funds is money allocated in the budget for certain things, and that is also available again for capital projects and would be an eligible use of those funds if the council wanted to reclassify the budget for this particular purpose. So both of those
I have a question.
can work.
Mayor, if I may also to further clarify, complete agreement. Just wanted to clarify the 2.9 stated. I believe the earmark currently of available ARPA funds for the downtown is 1.3. 2.9 is the amount that we still have as pending through our congressional spending requests.
Thank you. Mrs. Acosta?
Okay, I think we're getting into a lot of confusing overlapping things here. So with the ARPA funding, what, can you please remind me, what do we have it budgeted for at this moment? It doesn't sound like it's all downtown.
I can give you a second. I
I'm
can
sure
look
that's
that up for you.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, if anybody else has a question while he's looking that up.
Mayor,
Yes, please, Mr. Lindeman.
I wouldn't want to see any money taken away from downtown. We had it all set that we had these reserves. We just go ahead and use that. We finance some of that part. We can get our own control out of our animal control. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't want to see anything coming out of the downtown. Sure, it's going to take a long time. Sure, it's going to take some time, but we've got it and we're going to use it. So I don't want to compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindeman.
Mr. Mayor, I have
Yes,
those projects in
Mr.
front of me
Pedrosa,
right now. Thank you. So we have the downtown revitalization. That's one project. And it's listed multiple areas here. Totaling the 1.3 million is listed as 300,000, 800,000, and 130,000. And then we have street projects. The asphalt laydown machine, the parks master plan recommendations, port of entry development for water and sewer, design engineering, the telecommunications expansion study, and the RV park.
And if I may clarify, some of that has been expended.
Some of that it has been expended. Yes, thank you. Mhm.
Mayor,
Yes, please, Mr. Grijalva.
to answer Mr. Lindeman's concerns, if we're gonna be paid back, and it's gonna take a while to revitalize all of downtown, and we're gonna get that money back anyways. I just don't feel comfortable into dipping into any reserves when we have that money already. That's money that we've had there for 2 years and we still haven't spent it. And we have so many needs in the community, and this is one of them. We need to be spending it because if I'm the federal government and the city of Douglas still has around close to $2 million that they haven't spent, why would I send them more money that they're not going to spend? So I think we need to put this into motion, start spending as much as we can, so then we could ask for more. But if we're gonna get it back at some point, then that could still be put back into the downtown. I don't see that as a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grijalva.
Respectfully, I think that's speculation. We don't think that the government's going to come back and take any money away. They're not going to claw back any money. So I think that the administration had a good plan. We've got those earmarked for capital outlays reasons, and I think we should just keep it that way. In fact, I'd make an amendment to put it back, the reserve instead of the ARPA.
I think, Mr. Lindeman, I think the result of the vote on the motion would determine that. If that's okay.
Mayor, can I clarify one point he made?
Yes, please, Mr.
I'm not saying that they're gonna take it away from us. I'm saying that if we don't spend it, they won't give us any more in the future. That's the concern I have. If they know Douglas isn't spending the money that we're giving them, why would they give us more so we could keep it in the savings account? That was my point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else?
Mayor?
Yes,
All
please.
very, very good points. I just want to make sure that for the record, we have everything in the correct context. So, and I'm going to ask for Mr. Pedrosa to help here, but the ARPA funds originally were ARPA funds. After, and I don't remember the time period because it came during the COVID era, because we were a city of our size and the needs we had, we didn't any longer have to be under the accountability of reporting back what was done with it. It was during a trip of Senator Kelly where we publicly stated that what we were doing with it would go towards downtown revitalization as one of policy priorities. But what ARPA did at that time allowed us to reclassify it as city funding, irrespective of any more ARPA background. So I don't know the correct terminology to use, Mr. Pedrosa, but if you can clarify how that occurred and how we're free and clear of any ARPA regulations.
Yes, thank you, Anna. So the federal government allowed some flexibility about a year after they issued the funds for communities receiving $10 million or less of ARPA funds. They allowed the communities to classify that as revenue loss without the federal government needing to basically the communities to report the expenditures to the federal government. So what we did on our last report is to report the revenue loss, and basically they allowed that flexibility to communities that were small in nature, receiving $10 million or less.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Anybody else? I have one question regarding, you alluded to that we have, I guess the question is that, have we put that ARPA fund for the downtown into any grants saying that we have this match?
We have 2 pending large sum grants for the downtown. And at least on one of them, SITB, STBG, we have allocated or kind of checked the box that we do have matching funds allocated for that. I'm not clear if it's the entire 1.3 or if we have to match by a percentage. But correct me if I'm mistaken on how much of that has been committed if awarded to a matching portion.
The way, Mr. Quijo, the way we presented the project on that grant was a total of a $7 million project to include 1.3 million from the city towards the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, please, Mr. Valdenegro.
due to the fact the interest financial rate is up, I think it makes sense to pay out of the ARPA fund the $260,000 to get us cleared. That way we won't have to pay no interest to ourselves in the 10 years it would take to recover this money. And we would own that property free and clear. That's what I
appreciate that, Mr. Valdenegro. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Any other questions? Okay, the motion on the floor, I believe, is to approve the first reading of ordinance number 23-1173, amending the balance of the payment of $260,000 to come from ARPA funds rather than unrestricted reserve. Is that a proper term? Unrestricted reserve, and to place it on second reading by number and title only. Does that sound correct? Ms. Andrade?
Yes.
And this is naughty.
Okay,
Yes.
roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindemann,
I voiced my concerns, but we still want to have our facility. So yes.
Councilmember Acosta,
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton,
After much thought, yes.
Councilmember Valdenegro,
Yes.
Councilmember Grijalva,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Morales,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
The mayor votes no, and the reason being is because I think we can pay for it out of our reserve funds. And I don't want anything to affect the money that we're pursuing for the downtown. That's a major concern, and we can, again, it'll be on a second reading, and so that is a possibility to, again, think about that.
Yeah.
And see if, make sure any questions, please ask questions, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So motion carries. Ms. Andrade.
an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, authorizing the purchase of real property located at 2017 Rogers Avenue, Douglas, Arizona, at a purchase price of $560,000, approving the purchase and sale agreement and escrow instructions with the University of Arizona Regents, authorizing the mayor and the city manager to execute all necessary documents, establishing severability of components of ordinance and establishing an effective date thereof.
Thank you. Item 80, discussing decision on resolution number 23-1575. A resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, authorizing the city of Douglas to accept grant funding and enter into a sub-grantee agreement with the state of Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs for a reimbursable grant fund allocation in the amount of $194,178 for equipment under the Border Security Grant Program. Chief Fuller, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs selected the department to receive $194,178 in funding under the Border Security Fund Grant Program, Border Security Technologies. The performance period for this grant cycle is October 1, 2022 through September 30, 2027. The department was selected to receive the following equipment under that grant. The first year purchase agreement for 12 LE grade infrastructure free, being that they are solar power and LTE, license plate recognition cameras or ALPRs, plus the first year licensing agreement. In addition, it includes a 4-year licensing for all of these cameras, plus advanced search licensing. A second piece of equipment is a covert full camera system. This grant was initially submitted for consideration in November of 2022, and it was resubmitted in February of 2023, and approval was significantly delayed on their side, and therefore this was not included in the budget as approval was not known or anticipated. But staff is recommending acceptance and approval.
Thank you. May I have a motion regarding the resolution?
Mayor,
Yes, please, Ms. Valdenegro.
I move the mayor and council approve resolution number 23-1575.
Is there a second?
Second,
Motion by Mr. Valdenegro, second by Mr. Shelton to approve resolution number 23-1575. Any questions or comments, please?
Mayor,
I'm sorry, Mr. Valdenegro, was that Mr. Valdenegro, please?
Chief, could you tell us about the cameras, recognition, where, the licensing, where would you put those, or how many exactly?
Sure, Councilmember Baldenegro, Mr. Mayor. The funding will allow us to purchase approximately 12 cameras, possibly fewer than that because of the cost of equipment goes up from the time that we submitted the proposal to the time that it's been awarded. But we're looking to put those in key areas of town, where there is higher frequency of traffic to include our routes of ingress and egress from the city. For those of you that aren't familiar with license plate readers and the system that we are looking at, again, it is a standalone system in that they are solar powered and LTE connected. It will capture an image of the car as well as a license plate. It does not capture personal identifying information. So it will capture a photo of the back of the car. It'll capture a photo of the plate, but that doesn't tell me anything beyond that. What it does do is it gives us in law enforcement the ability to query the license plate or search for a vehicle matching that description for something that's reported to us, whether it's an abduction, a hit and run accident, shoplifting event, things of that nature. The data that is collected is only stored for 30 days, after which it's automatically deleted by the system. There are safeguards in there in that the system requires the officer to submit a reason for why the license plate or information was queried. For our purposes, that will be our case number as to what it is that we're investigating. Second to that is if we do a query on the license plate under the laws of ACGIS, we have to have a reason. We can't just willy-nilly run plates for no reason at all. And that is audited by the Department of Public Safety because they oversee that program. So those are the limitations as well as the restrictions that we will use and operate under for that system.
Thank you. Mr. Grijalva?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question, since it wasn't in the budget, and it's 194,000, what programs or grants are gonna be affected by this? If staff knows.
Mayor, Council Member Grijalva, great question. We put capacity under our grants program with a cushion, I believe, of $5 million for things that come up. So it will be able to be offset by that revenue portion of our budget.
And then I would just add to that, Councilmember Grijalva, Mr. Mayor, that it's a reimbursable grant. So as we encumber the expense, I can submit a request for cost incurred and have that money reimbursed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Here.
Yes, please, Mrs. Costa.
On the license.
Sorry, Mrs. Morales.
How will it capture the information like new vehicle, just have that piece of paper with the license plate in the back?
So it captures it by a photo. So it actually takes a photograph of the back of the car. So it should be able to see whatever the camera itself would capture in a photo. And I do have two gentlemen on the call that are with the preferred vendor of the system that we are looking at. If you have questions specific to how the program works, such as that.
Usually the lettering on that paper is kind of small.
So if one of you can jump in.
Yeah, this is Hector Soliman. I'm the Director of Local Government Affairs at Flock Safety. I think what I heard, I was having a little trouble hearing the question, but what I think I heard was, how does the system distinguish letters on a plate? Is that?
Paper license plates.
Okay, perfect. So the way that the cameras work is that they take images of the back of vehicles as they pass by. For any alphanumeric characters that it sees, it catalogs them, and that includes paper plates and then Arizona plates. It's doing that using infrared through the lens and the machine learning. But also most importantly is that it also is cataloging the unique vehicle fingerprint, right? So it'll allow your police department to search for vehicles if they don't have a plate. So for example, somebody calls in and provides a lead as the vehicle being a red Honda, for example. They'll be able to use those filters as well, in addition to the license plate filters.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, please, Mr. Valdenegro.
Will these cameras get both directions of traffic?
Go ahead.
Yeah, the cameras are placed to capture the rear of vehicles. So you'll, depending on the kind of the roads layout. It'll capture 2 lanes of traffic in one direction, right? So going in that direction of travel. And it does this because every single state has a back license plate as a requirement. And then we've also taught our machine learning to be able to identify different vehicles using, rear tail lights, kind of the make differentiators that you'll have in the back of the vehicle. So each, if there is a 2-lane road, there is the potential that there's going to be 2 cameras as it's going to be capturing the back of vehicles.
And then just to answer on that as well, there may be certain areas where we look to put a camera that we're capturing either the vehicle traveling in one direction or the other, just because we have a limited amount of funding and a limited amount of cameras that we can use. But we're looking at putting them in strategic areas where we think we'll get the greatest benefit from their location.
So a 4-lane road like Pan American would not be feasible.
It will capture 2 lanes in one direction. So if we wanted to capture the 2 lanes in the opposite direction, it would require a second camera, yes.
Mayor, if I may ask a clarifying question, sir, I may have picked this up incorrectly, but when you stated it picks up paper license plates and Arizona license plates, is that, what if it's an out-of-state license plate? Maybe I caught that wrong.
No, that's a great follow-up question. I use the Arizona example just because that's the state you're in. Not only does it have that, it has filters for all other 50 states, in addition to foreign plates. So in your case, being close to the border, they'll be able to use a filter that's basically foreign plates for Mexican plates. We also have in our northern states, folks will use that same filter for Canadian plates, for example.
Thank you.
And just as an addition, the system allows for plates of interest to be entered into the system so that if the vehicle or the plate goes by one of the locations and it's entered as a stolen vehicle or a wanted suspect in a homicide, for example, it will trigger and send an alert to us notifying us that it was spotted in that location.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I did hear a comment about silver alerts, amber alerts. Those are the types of alerts that we would receive in there.
So I can't get lost? No, you'll find me. You'll find me. Okay.
Through an amber, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I have a question.
Yes, please, Ms. Baldonado.
You mentioned that they had to be stationary. They're not like Department of Public Safety. Their vehicles are equipped to be, their card readers, license plate readers are, well, they're traveling en route to a location. They pick up the card readers.
So this is a different kind of system, Councilmember Baldenegro, Mr. Mayor. This system is designed to be stationary. It can be moved from one location to another, but that does require the company to come down and make the move, as well as incur a cost to do so. So the idea, again, is to focus on specific areas of need and interest. The other camera that you're referring to is a mobile camera system that is mounted on a police car and is reading license plates as the car is driven down the road or through a parking lot. This is not how that system works.
Are we eligible to get those type of cameras? I mean,
if we can find the money.
Yes. Because it'd be better mobile than stationary. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindemann.
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta.
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton.
Yes.
Councilmember Valdenegro.
Yes.
Councilmember Grijalva.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morales.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, motion carries. Item number 8F, discussing decision on resolution number 23-1576. A resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, authorizing the acceptance of a $46,800 grant from the Tohono O'odham Nation for the Bryan's Way project. Ms. Villalobos, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. The city of Douglas applied to the Tohono O'odham Nation for the 12% gaming distribution fund to fund the Bryan's Way project. In this application, the project was defined as the pedestrian safety measures at the intersection, and I apologize for this, there's a typo on your memo, of 4th Street and G Avenue. The safety measures include work on the curb to meet ADA standards, high visibility crosswalks, and signage. Staff recommends approval, and I can take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Ms. Villalobos. May I have a motion regarding the resolution?
Mayor,
Yes, please, Mr. Baldonado.
I move the mayor and council approve resolution number 23-1576.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Baldonado, second by Mrs. Acosta to approve resolution number 23-1576. Any questions or comments?
Comment.
Mr. Baldonado?
When will we get this money and when we can get that intersection done?
So as soon as you approve the resolution, I send it over to the Tohono O'odham Nation and they mail us the check.
I approve.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta.
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton.
Yes.
Councilmember Rivera Negro.
Yes.
Councilmember Grijalva.
Yes.
Mayor Potem Morales. Yes. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, motion carries. Item number 8G, discussion decision on resolution number 23-1577. A resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, authorizing the execution of a lease between the city of Douglas and Barnard Spencer Joint Venture for 20 acres of vacant land at the Douglas Municipal Airport with parcel number 410-01-005 for purposes of conducting construction contractor operations, establishing severability of components of resolution and establishing an effective date thereof. Mr. Pedrosa, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Barnard approached the city seeking a 20-acre lease agreement with potential expansion. Barnard will be doing work on the border wall, making lighting, electrical technology, and road and drainage improvements. They're seeking a 12-month lease, utilizing space for their equipment, materials, and trailers for office space. The lease will contain a month-to-month renewal after the original expiration for the first 12 months. At Barnard's expense, they will extend water and electrical service to their location. They will also clear and scrub the area and establish a new entrance to the airport south of the existing entrance that was established by the previous border wall contractors. Basically, the rental rate will be 20 acres for $18,500 a month, with $925 per additional acre if they choose to add acreage. The contractor at their expense will also move the septic tanks that are out there installed to their desired location for their use. And the city will be doing the septic pumping at the established rate of $115.50 per load plus a $50 transportation fee. The section of the lease agreement is part of the land that will be sold to JW Resources. As you know, we're in contract to sell the land around the airport. And we are awaiting the revised airport layout plan that we're very close to finalizing. So there is a transferable clause in there so that we can transfer that lease over to once they purchase the land from the city. That lease is, there's a legal language there that would allow that transfer of lease over to JW Resources. JW, we were in contact with them, alerting them that this is, that Barnard had approached us they wanted to use the land that they wanted to purchase. And JW Resources agreed, and they were part of the negotiations as well. And also they provided feedback on the location, making sure not to interrupt the construction of their development plans around the south apron, making sure that the contractors stay away from that area and not impede onto JW Resources development plans for their restaurant and jet hangar that they want to build. To add, the contractors expect about 100 employees, not as big as an outfit as we saw last time from the border wall contractors, which I believe it was between 500 and 700 employees in Douglas. They also hope to hire local residents. And and they will be looking to house in Douglas as well. This is, of course, additional revenue to the city, but, as you know, once the sale goes through, that lease transfers over to JW Resources, so that, along with that revenue as well. So with that, Mayor, I will answer any questions.
Thank you. May I have a motion regarding the resolution, please?
Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Valdenegro.
I move the mayor and council approve resolution number 23-1577.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Valdenegro, second by Mrs. Costa to approve resolution number 23-1577. Any questions or discussion?
Mayor,
Yes, please, Mr. Grover.
it's very good news that they want to hire locals. I think with that, the city needs to promote not only this project, but the employment opportunity to our citizens too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grover. Anyone else? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta,
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton.
Yes,
Councilmember Valdenegro.
Yes.
Councilmember Grijalva.
Yes.
Mayor Potem Morales. Yes. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, motion carries. Item number 8H, discussion decision on resolution number 23-1579. A resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, adopting the public involvement plan for the update of the general plan, establishing the General Plan Advisory Committee, GPAC, and authorizing the city manager to appoint members to the GPAC. Mr. Kiko, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. At recent meetings, we received approval to hire a consultant to guide us through the general plan update process to get us to a final stage of a November 2024 election. We've started that process, and we are here to recommend the first steps from mayor and council, which is to adopt a public involvement plan, which is attached and has been produced by the consultants as one of the initial steps, and also to establish a committee, a general plan advisory committee, and authorizing the city manager to appoint those members so that we can move quickly to keep up with the timelines. And Mr. Osborne will describe any items that are in question as part of that process.
Thank you. Mr. Osborne, please.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of council. The general plan update hasn't been updated in 20 years, and we know that it needs to be done. We have a very short timeline to get it done. The November 5th, 2024 election is our target date, and we're working our way back from there, from which we have to provide to a number of stakeholders and agencies a final general plan that has been adopted by mayor and council, as well as recommended to the mayor and council by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The general plan advisory committee will be selected in part from mayor and council, from Planning and Zoning Commission, but also from other stakeholder groups in Douglas, also from city staff, and from other stakeholders who are interested in expressing their vision or their part of the vision for the Douglas general plan as it's updated. Our process is that we're going to be providing to the Planning and Zoning Commission probably at the end of January, a document of policies and recommendations to move forward for a general plan update. So we have a significant amount of work to do, and the general plans advisory committee is expected to have a really strong guiding hand in that work. We provided to you in the memo the upfront planning and entitlements, their suggested general plan, public participation plan, which we need to have adopted through this resolution as part of our process by state law. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. May I have a motion regarding the resolution number
Mr. Mayor.
23-1579? Mr. Costa, please.
We're all fighting for this one.
yeah.
I move that mayor and council approve resolution number 23-1579.
Is there a second?
Second,
Motion by Mrs. Costa, second by Mr. Shelton to approve resolution number 23-1579. Any questions or comments?
Mayor?
Yes, please, Mrs. Costa.
Yeah, the only thing that I would like to see is, with this committee is to try to have diversity in it. And by that, I mean, we have, parents with young kids, parents with teenagers, our elderly. There's just a lot of demographic, and I know that, like you said, time is of the essence, but if we can try to go out there and recruit, to really represent all facets of our community, that would be great. I mean, looking at PTSOs, parents that are involved, people that want, to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Costa. And if any of the council members have any recommendations, please give them to Mrs. Kiko. And we'll reach out.
Mayor, if I may, I will also send the list of our prospects that we're initiating as a start. And I'm open to other suggestions, note taken. I think those ideas on the PTSOs, and we have tried to structure real estate, school, ADOT, SEGO, and of course, a variety of various trades and stakeholders within the community as well. So I'll make sure to send that out.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I do have a point of information.
Please.
It really is important to note that the general plan advisory committee's meetings would be publicly noticed. And so we have to keep that in mind as well. At least one of the meetings that they hold would have to be noticed. We may have others that are more informal and more quickly scheduled, but there's at least one meeting that they have to hold that would be noticed in the newspaper at least 15 days in advance. And so the folks that we need to gather together to be on the GPAC, we need to bring them together as quickly as we can.
Right, and that's why the recommendation from staff is to allow the city manager to do that versus getting them back over here to be approved by the council. So that will
Mayor,
save a significant amount of time.
correct. One last item, Mr. Osborne, if you could brief us on the detail for our first open house, which is next week. Do you have that detail?
Yes, our first general plan update open house will be held at the Visitor Center this next Monday, December 18th, 5:30 p.m. And I believe we're having that open until 8 o'clock, perhaps later. All are invited. And so we want to encourage attendance from all of our citizens, business owners, everybody that you know. We want to see you at that meeting.
The more the merrier.
Indeed.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindemann.
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta.
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton.
Yes.
Councilmember Vandenegro.
Yes.
Councilmember Grijalva.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morales. Yeah. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, motion carries. Item number 8I, approval of salary increase for the city clerk in recognition of her performance evaluation on November 8, 2023, and acknowledgement of her recent professional achievement in attaining the esteemed designation of Master Municipal Clerk. Mr. Lindemann, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the mayor and council approve the average MMC salary increase for Ms. Andrade of $100,936 due to her performance evaluation and her recent professional achievement of Master Municipal Clerk designation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lindemann and second by Mrs. Acosta. Any comments or questions?
Mayor?
Yes, please, Mr. Grijalva.
As Mr. Lindemann mentioned in his motion, it's the average. Mrs. Andrade has been going to school. She's been getting educated. And she's invaluable here. She does more than what her position really should be doing. She serves the community as much as she can. She serves our employees as much as she can. And, one of the things is, if we don't pay our appointed officials as what they're worth, there's going to be another city that's going to call them and say, hey, come over, we can match or, give you more than what they're giving. So it's very much well-deserved. She's doing a great job and we can't lose her because where would we be if we didn't have Alma? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grijalva. Anyone else?
Mayor.
Yes, please, Mrs. Costa.
I just want to point out, I know that the number sounds really high, but that's just the average. There's cities out there comparable to ours that pay more than that, if you can believe it. So again, it's just the level of certification and just the experience. I think that is what is well deserving in this increase.
Thank you, Mrs.
Thank you.
Acosta. Anyone else?
Yes.
Mr. Shelton, please.
See, I agree with what the two councilmen have said. Every time I come in, she's busy and she's a great employee. You've been here, what, 16 years? I mean, in the system. So she does a great job and tomorrow's her birthday. So happy birthday.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please, Mr. Bolanegro.
I'd just like to say, Ms. Andrade, you earned it and congratulations. And happy birthday, bud.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta,
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton,
Yes.
Councilmember Webanegro,
Yes.
Councilmember Ricardo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Morales. Mr. Mayor,
Yes, motion carries. Item number 8J. Possible direction, discussion regarding the migrant situation in the city of Douglas. Mr. Kiko, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We wanted to make sure we provide more of an informational discussion item today for some general direction and advise you on what is happening. I think our memorandum pretty much summarizes this, and because this is our only meeting for December and we generally save informational items for our special meeting, we wanted to just put this up for awareness. So I know I send you weekly numbers and whatever Cochise County sends through emergency management in terms of their metrics and statistics that they're carrying for the migrant situation in town. So you have the data, but some of the things you may not be seeing is the situation is very fluid in our community. And early in May, we didn't know what to expect. So we were prepared for the worst, but it started brewing very slowly. I remember before going on vacation in May, I left things prepared because I didn't know what to expect. But I didn't expect that it would be church fires while I was gone. But what we had left in anticipation of the situation that was just starting was what you might need in case things became deemed a crisis of some sort. So that kind of has slowly evolved. It's been very fluid. I believe now we may be at 18 or 19 evenings or nights where a local shelter has had to shelter overnight migrants. And the current shelter that has stepped up to be able to be just a pass-through holding cell for 4 to 6 hours initially, while transportation from Pima County arrived to transport to Casa Alitas in Tucson, has become more of a challenge. Funding continues to be up in the air. They're currently going from federal funds with one source going into another very soon. Funding hasn't been impacted as far as it's completely gone. Congressional delegations continue to work with trying to, at different levels of state and federal government, to try and get more funds for this purpose. But at the end, it is a federal issue. It becomes an asylum reform issue at the federal level, and there's many unknowns. So I want you to hear from what we're hearing here in town, and the fact that we're able to shelter in any one night, maybe 50, 60 is pushing it. But yesterday evening, before Mr. Pedrosa and I left the office just before 6, we received a call that we had 130 at the shelter. And it was that late in the evening. By 9 o'clock, 2 buses were able to come through and take and transport 100 to Tucson, and they sheltered 30. ish. Just before the meeting today, and I just got clarification as we went through the meeting. We had another situation where 30, where we were at capacity over and beyond our capacity by 30 and had no place for 30 to spend the night today. So we never know when we're going to, this is the first night, I think, where we thought we had a situation where we didn't have the capacity for the overflow. And I just heard back that a bus made it in, and we were, we have a warming shelter, as you know, in the fire department conference room that we open up every year when temperatures drop below freezing, open it up for anyone that's available in the community. Sometimes we have two that take us up on that. So we, using that same concept, we have offered to allow any overflow, and we thought tonight we may have up to 15 or 20. So I just heard that a bus was able to come last minute. We may not be in that situation, but if there is an overflow, we may get a few over at the fire department today. So that's the pins and needles that we are in terms of what the community is dealing with, and the faith community more so. We are there as city representation just to be in a coordinated effort with them to see what we can share through congressional delegations to try and get more resources. But the city has not taken any official role in this matter. And we have done things that we were able to do for other agencies. For example, we are registered to be able to be a pass-through agency of federal funds. So Cochise County had 15,000 to provide to the shelter for foods and supplies through either FEMA or DEMA, and they were not able to be the recipient of that because they're not registered and set up. You know, more red tape, more of that bureaucracy. So we stepped in and said, you can use this as a pass-through, and we'll, you know, it'll just be getting reimbursed. The difficulty for the shelter without really the resources that they need to have to do the paperwork to get all of that done is also very overwhelming. So we've stepped in with some of our staff to teach them who has to sign. We have to make some photocopies in order for us to be able to get the qualified reimbursement back. So it's a very difficult project. And we've been at meetings with church staff and church leaders and different volunteer groups where we see the overwhelming and very, very heavy burden that they're carrying without sufficient volunteer crews, without the resources. So many donations, but they've had days where the story of Stone Soup has kind of created itself all over again, because starting off the morning with a couple of celery sticks and you know, maybe a few other ingredients, people walked in and they had just ended up with some type of a warm stew to serve that day. So that's how, you know, yesterday they had at 6 p.m. Run out of water, didn't have bowls to serve their soup. It's that basic on the basic needs that they're having, and they're struggling. So we've put together a few things that I wanted to also provide you with, just as bullets for your information on the updates that we've received from the operational calls that we participate in almost daily. Because every day is a different set of information. Are we losing funding? Do we not have funding? Do we have one bus coming? Do we have more buses coming? So it has been a very challenging situation. And I think it's just very important for council to know what the community is going through. So today, our bus funding and deployment is now being overseen by DEMA. That's part of the funding switch. The transition has been seamless, but the challenge remains that the number of buses sent to us depends on the capacity in Casa Alitas and their neighboring shelters. So many times we hear that there's not enough funding for buses and we may get less and less. That's correct, but most of the time it's because there's no space. At the Tucson shelters where they're being processed further. Excuse me. The Pima County system currently has a capacity of 1,000 a day. And that's their current burn rate in order to avoid immediate street releases. At that burn rate, funding is expected to be exhausted by January or February. This idea is to avoid street releases while providing 60 to 90 days to identify new funding to include Governor Hobbs' recent request to the feds to provide 500 million in additional funding or other solutions. There is no new funding in the works currently, but a lot of discussion over that. Cochise County did not know if there's an impact to the meals provided at Casa Alitas. They were providing 3 basic meals, and now for efficiency's sake, they're trying to go toward, packaged meals. We just don't know if they're going to cut down on the meals provided. Also, we understand Red Cross will be sending 150 responders to the state for a period of 30 days to assist over the holidays with shelter needs, to include support for Douglas. And we're waiting to see how that support for Douglas will impact us and how that's defined. Border Patrol reported having 3,000 in process each day over the last 2 days, which is the highest number received so far, which explains why these last 2 nights have been so iffy for us on whether somebody is not going to have a one place to sleep. On our daily calls that staff participates in, Casa Alitas reported increasing numbers coming from Nogales and Douglas are affecting their operations. There was a second bus from Douglas that arrived in Tucson at 11 p.m. That's the one I described last night. Otherwise, we would have had a need for, over 100 people to move somewhere else. So Casa Alitas continues to work on trying to figure out their capacity issues as well. We also heard, and we're trying to verify that our shelter here run by the Catholic Church is also very overwhelmed, and Bishop is talking to Casa Alitas on whether they can even continue past this month. So we are trying to work in coordination in an unofficial capacity to try and be a resource because we have not come back for direction on how to take a different role if mayor and council think we need to take a different role. What is the city's role in this capacity? Again, it took from May through now to build up towards a possible crisis situation, but every day we just don't know what to expect. We do know that Pima County, I think I forwarded you a news story yesterday that says Pima County is working with their legal to get interpretations on what their funding availability or eligibility how that would change if they had a declaration of emergency without the state having one. And that's what we're waiting to find out, because it's very important to know if a declaration of emergency is going to provide resources or not. And because we've not been in that position to even determine these crisis levels, because before this week's numbers went up, in our meeting last week, we had 17 nights where we had, some overnight stays, but all manageable within that 50 cot count at the shelter. They may now have up to 60 cots, but they certainly can't go beyond that. So, we've put together a few thoughts on what can be done. And these were also premised by some suggestions by the interfaith community to come through and say, can the city provide a coordinator? The need for project coordination at the levels that they're having to deal with, it's more than just a volunteer coming in to provide a salad or some water or help with cleanup. They're asking for a coordinator, and Cochise County sent some applications for us to possibly be able to get 50% funding reimbursement of that type of position because that's what they receive through their EMS. They get 50% of their salary reimbursed. So that's one possibility that we can seek to provide on a temporary basis kind of pilot, a type of project coordinator, and hope to recover some of that at half, 50%. We've also stated that we could continue working on this pass-through and get them to a system over there where they know how to file the paperwork so that we can draw down that 15,000. That won't last very long, but it gives them the daily staples that they need and the other supplies, water, plates, cleaning supplies, etc. We have also considered through just city manager miscellaneous leave authority that I have under our personnel rules is to open up 8 hours and it's 8 hours a year. It doesn't sound like a lot for employees to be able to volunteer on leave, on paid leave for community service projects, including something like this. So that's something else we're kind of considering, looking for feedback as well on other options. We're waiting on Pima County to get determination and direction from their legal on how a declaration of emergency at their level will help their resources, and also asking to see how Casa Alitas could possibly consider a secondary shelter in our community with their resources, if they do get more resources, to allocate those resources here, because I don't know about other port cities. I do though know that NAC was no longer receiving any numbers other than asylum seekers that cross their border, and usually those have pre-made arrangements to get to where they're going. And I'll clarify how that's impacting us as well. Also asking for guidance on seeking possibly a larger facility in the community or even a larger city facility. We have asked staff to walk through the former House of Hope to see the conditions there. There are some challenges. We wouldn't be able to immediately turn that around, but it ultimately has 8 small rooms and 2 on the first floor and 2 upper rooms. It's some help, but it would take about $5,000 to turn that around. And that's not necessarily including what we might need on potential upgrades to HVAC, so that we're continuing to look at that. But that was one thing we thought of. We thought of the warming shelter, maybe 5 to 10 folks on occasion might be another solution. But we have to think in the masses. If yesterday's 130 did not have 2 buses come in, what would that have done to our community, and not being able to sleep those individuals in a warm shelter? And that's where the crisis can hit from one day to the next, and that's what we're worried about. I think we're also in a position to seek new potential business ventures in our community to provide transportation on a private basis. We're working with the shuttle services, saying you may have many of these migrants have resources. They just end up in a small community that doesn't have a Greyhound commercial line. We don't have active Uber. We have maybe a handful of cabs and a few shuttles. So the free service that's coming through Pima County is optimal for them, but they can just get in a cab and go elsewhere if we had more of that. So I think that also produces for us in the community potential business ventures and opportunities. We also are seeking guidance and think we can use one of our city-owned buses. We have a bus that's being checked and we think it's relatively in good condition. That's not part of our FTA dollars that we purchase for use of inmates. That's not being used regularly. And I think, we would need a driver. We may be able to seek that out through volunteers. But if push comes to shove and we have a mechanical breakdown by one of the Pima buses, it's not a nice commercial bus like the ones Pima sends, but it's something where we can maybe help transport on occasion. So these are the the thoughts I wanted to promote and maybe collect some ideas from all of you, but more than anything, informational so that you know the challenges that our community is facing on a day-to-day basis with the migrant situation. And I just don't hear anything on a potential consistent remedy, solution, or even an end in sight at this point.
Thank you. I just want to be perfectly clear with the public. This is, of course, a federal issue that has been created by the federal government and left at our doorstep. For example, the people that they're processing and releasing to our streets come from other areas. And I don't want to get into the political back and forth of that kind of stuff. It boils down to they're on our streets. There's a humanitarian nature, aspect to this, which is very real and very personal to me. Having had ancestors that came to this community as refugees many, many years ago. But it's something that we're working constantly with our elected officials, both senators, our congressional representative, and even outside of our Mr. Grijalva, who represents our district. We've also been in contact with Congressman Gallego and Congressman Stanton and Congressman Siscomani regarding the issue. And they are just as frustrated as we all are. And to be able to work some of these things out. So unfortunately, it's left at our doorstep, and I think we need to direct staff. I don't want I would suggest that we don't give any indication that we're willing, ready, and prepared to handle the masses, because that's not fair to our community and our community finances. But we do have the reality of it's winter. We have the reality that they are being left on our streets, and what difficulties that may result in our community. Mr. Shelton, please.
I had to leave for a minute. Have you thought about the Red Cross building? It's been many years since I've been in there, and it's big. Do they still have it? Who owns it?
Mayor, Councilmember Shelton, I don't have any idea of what the condition is or what it's in, but we can certainly, and I think Chief Fullen also has a few statements to make if whenever you're ready with your questions, but we can absolutely look at that.
Yeah, Chief, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I just wanted to reiterate some of the concerns that we're looking for direction on, and specific to asking to look at it through two lenses. And you've already made a point in that we are talking about people, number one. And then the second ask is that we look at this through a matter of when versus if, because I would say that we are closer to the when than we are to the if, as reflected on what we're seeing in the last 2 days, and on an ongoing basis. And I would just like to extend my appreciation to the faith community for stepping up and taking on that responsibility and that role, because really it's a community at large, but it is really a very small group of individuals that are doing the day-to-day work to sustain that operation. And as Ms. Urquijo shared, potentially not in a position to continue that past the end of the year. So we're 18 days away from the end of the year. We're talking about relying on funding that is projected to end within a couple of months. So when the funding stops, the buses stop. And when the buses stop, or Tucson is at capacity, whatever we have processed here, we have to absorb in one form or another. And it's important to reiterate that these folks have already been processed and they're free individuals. So they're entitled to all of the same liberties and freedoms that all of us are entitled to at this moment. So if it comes to the point where we do have an unsheltered population because of those circumstances, it's now a logistics problem, and it's not a problem that I can necessarily inject on. I can contribute ideas, I can try to bring resources, but if we get the call that there's 100 people at the park, yes, there is. It's unfortunate. I also wanted to share that the messages that we continue to hear through those conversations and through those meetings is demand will exceed capacity. Pima County and Tucson is not interested in importing street releases to Tucson or Pima County. So if they're faced with street releases, they'll deal with what they have to, and I think we would expect us to deal with what we have to. The message from Border Patrol that we've received is whether you have a shelter operational or not, our directive remains that we have to release them. So that's not a consideration. So even if we don't have a shelter, the releases are going to continue. So, and lastly, I would say that some of them are without means. A lot of them are not. A lot of them do have the ability. And in a couple of conversations that we've spoken about, they've made the trek hundreds, if not thousands of miles to get where they're at today. So it's a very complex issue, and I don't have the answers to it, but whatever, direction or guidance we can receive to try to best prepare for this for their sake and ours, it would be appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And again, you hit on the key of what's here as far as our faith-based community has really stepped up. They're amazing on what they've done so far beyond what they've been initially thought we would have to take care of. So, Mr. Kehoe, you're looking on whether or not we want to spend money to be able to do this, or if anybody has any magical ideas to be able to solve the issue. So I'll open that up for discussion now.
Mayor?
Yes, please, Mr. Grella.
I mean, if you follow me on Facebook, you know how I felt in the situation. We should have been proactive on this. I don't understand why we're talking about this now. We should have been talking about it when Title 42 was going to be up. We should have been talking about all these scenarios. It wasn't going to be a guarantee that the churches were going to take them in. We should have been ready for this months ago. Instead, now we're being reactive. What do we do if there's 100 people at the park? Well, we can't do anything because we don't have any funding. We don't have any resources. Yes, it's true. We don't know what a declaration of emergency can do, but it could open up possibilities for funding. It won't take away funding. So I don't understand why we didn't call this in May. I don't understand why we're not doing this right now to tell the federal government, hey, we're in the middle of a possibility of a crisis. We're going to need your help. Right now, we're not doing anything. We're just discussing. This is why we don't advance as a community, because our leadership waits until there's a problem, until it gets to be too much, and then that's when we're going to take care of it. We needed to discuss this in May. We needed to have the community be informed by the religious groups on how much they're taking in and what their resources are, and also include the community in the discussion, not just emails with the council, not just private emails with individuals. Open it up for discussion in a public forum, so not only our community knows, but maybe we can get more volunteers, more resources on the way from our community. Instead, we're just here saying, well, it's going to get too big. What are we going to do about it? That's my biggest frustration. I'd like answers from staff on why we didn't discuss this when we knew Title 42 was going to be ended.
Thank you. And just for the record, to be straight, we have been dealing with this since the inception, and we have been after constantly our federal elected representatives. And again, I wish you could all have heard them even this past week ago Monday, their frustration in their voices, their frustrations on what they're encountering. And it's an impossible situation right now until if the federal government, and I'll speak very frank, decide to handle the situation the way it should have been handled a long time ago, which is orderly immigration to the United States. But we have been discussing this every week since this was all happening. Thank you. Anyone else? Chief? Please.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I can try to clarify a point for Councilmember Grijalva in that we did have these discussions, we did have these meetings to prepare for it, but unfortunately we were at a disadvantage because no one who was involved in this could tell us what to anticipate. So we did the initial plans with our faith community saying we don't know exactly what to expect because nobody can tell us what to expect, but we know that it's coming and we're going to need help in some degree, and they rose to the occasion. So much so that we had that same group that of individuals that were ready to house and stay at the shelter that night, and then nothing happened. And then it didn't happen for a couple of weeks. And then we did have some that we had to house, but it was low numbers. When the initial fear or projection was it could be in the hundreds. So it went from 100 to 10, and then it went back to 0. And then it came up to a few at a time, and then jumped significantly to 100 a day, and then dropped off again. So there's no rhyme or reason, or it's very difficult to maintain the pulse on it. And as it is, Border Patrol will provide projections of what they think they're going to get for the next day to help the shelter operation plan, because the folks at the shelter, they're having to anticipate how many people will be there the next day, how much food they have to purchase, how much food they have to prepare, and be able to scale it back or up, how those numbers dictate, because it can go from a projection of 130 tomorrow, and then we only get 30 because something happened, something got freed up. The population that they were processing, as I understand it, certain citizenships of other nationalities require additional work, whereas other nationalities don't. So this nationality might go faster than that, and the group that takes longer to process is the group that they got. So we don't get the numbers that they necessarily project. And then as far as the declaration of emergency, we did draft one in anticipation of the need, but as part of that declaration process, we as a community have to be able to articulate and show that we have exhausted our resources and our funding to address the issue before we can declare and request assistance to the next level, which would be the county, and then the county to the state, and the state to the federal government. So I've heard the mention of FEMA on occasion. While FEMA's federal, FEMA won't step in until there's a federal declaration. So it's got to go through that hierarchy process from us to the county, to the state, to the federal government before those assets are mobilized.
And I've been told personally by the county, the state, and the federal government that they're not going to do that. So we'd be spinning our wheels. For example, when we were first trying to figure out whether we could use our own buses to transport any releases in our community, we were initially told no, that's not possible at all. Got on a video conference call with Senator Kelly, expressing our concern to see if he could contact somebody at the Department of Transportation that would allow us to use the buses. And he said, I think we have something better, and he turned to his chief legal advisor and said, can we put in a call to Pima County? And the next day, the call was made, and Pima County said, yes, we're bringing buses down. So again, this thing is fluid, and we're doing everything within our power to do that. Anyone else? Please. Yes, please, Ms. Morales.
The house is meant to be this place, maybe please, individuals would stay. Do you think maybe reaching out to some of the hotels here in Douglas, if they could provide maybe a couple of rooms? I mean,
We can certainly make that outreach. I know that some of the funding in the Pima County system awards vouchers and they use many of their hotels, but that's one of the areas that are cutting back under the new funding source where vouchers are no longer available. So unless some of the hotels provide free, or allow them even to rent their own room. I mean, like I say, many of these come back with resources. We're able to give them information on what we have in the community. For all we know, some of them want to stay in the community and become part of the community. The difficult part is that until they have their day in court, so to speak, they technically don't have a work visa. And so it becomes very challenging. They're all seeking their connections back to family for the most part to try and wait out their opportunity to go before their day before a judge. I wanted to also clarify that, in terms of leadership being reactive and proactive, this is at every level of government where we have seen that governments are stating we're not touching it because this is a federal situation and everyone's going through similar types of things, but we were so proactive to have the emergency set up since May, left everything ready, but also under legal advice, the question kept coming up, what's the emergency? What's the emergency? 2 today, 8 tomorrow. They're barely getting a meal. It's been very fluid with many of my routine one-on-ones with the majority of you. It's a constant indicator of the communication, also protection on what we're saying out in the community, because our interfaith community has requested that. We have I don't use names of which churches. I know it's well known, but I don't use names. I don't use, individuals, because at the time that we were dealing with this in May, 2 of our churches burned. And, there was so much speculation as to what went with that. So we try and also protect, because as a courtesy, we're being asked to. And so we provide reporters with metrics, with information. This is not an unknown story, but at the council level, I have not heard from council on what you want, where you want your community's role to be. And that's the initiation here now, because I think we may be getting close to that. I don't see it as being reactive. I think tomorrow we can go back to 10 or 15 again. And I think this was the first indicator that led us to what the future could bring. But so many different things come with that. And I know the mayor mentioned that the majority of migrants coming in are not crossing at our border. So I want to make sure that we all understand these are not flowing in. We keep up with the port director periodically. Last week we spoke to him and he had 15 that day. And 85% of what he sees as asylum seekers have a plan and have resources. And someone's waiting for them on the other side already to get them wherever they're going. It's these transports that are coming in from other ports as a result of the border control decompression, another situation there that legally they're required to release, and they're releasing as soon as they're processed. So the other thing we heard from congressional delegates last week was, they want us to also see the shoes that they're walking in through all of this. They're constantly trying to also find remedies in other ways and funding to come in the direction of our areas. And I made sure to impress upon them at that meeting that Douglas is a small town and doesn't have the capacity like some of these larger cities, that if Casa Alitas runs out of space, but some of them have resources to get to the train station, to get to the bus station, to get an Uber to the airport, then they're set. Here in Douglas, if we don't have that transportation, we're in a very different setting. So I wanted to make sure that we didn't go unidentified or lessened in importance because we were a small committee, community dealing with, to our, in our crisis number, yesterday's 130, and what was the decision for that day. So we made sure that was expressed. I mean, we're constantly talking at various levels. The chiefs goes on a call every day along with Cochise County. But we have early even heard from many of you that the city, maybe we reach out to the state for their DUI center. We did that early in May, and that was not an option. We thought we had another church in the community that could have helped. They're not ready. That may be a potential down the road. So I just want to reiterate and clarify that this is something that we have been reacting to and being the resource to the interfaith community that has stepped up. What you now need to be aware of is that if this hits the streets and we don't have, as Chief described, resources for them to go, then you will see people in parks or other places. And that, I think, is where this is the time to have these discussions, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Boldonegro.
Yes, I just want to clarify something. Does governor have jurisdiction over the National Guard? Our building here at the park? Because that could accommodate cots, because it has a kitchen, it has showers.
Sure.
Mayor, Councilmember Boldonegro, yes, the governor does have oversight of calling up the National Guard as we were, and I understand that right now the request to call up National Guard is for the Lukeville crisis. And what we've not been able to get an answer to, other than at our recent meeting with congressional and even military general that was present, is saying that that's not probably an opportunity that we have, but it is something that we're continuing to look into.
But point of clarification, the governor wants reallocation of what the federal government has called as approved for the National Guard be put in Arizona.
But not their building, or we can use it for
Right.
housing.
But she has not stated that she would use our National Guard.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Acosta, please.
Yes, I just think that, that we can say should have, could have, would have all day long. I feel that this is, proactive as far as what the circumstances call for right now. And unfortunately, I think that we do need to, step in and have a plan ready in case these faith-based organizations decide they can no longer handle it. I mean, thank God for them, because for 6 months they've been assisting, out of the kindness of their hearts, with the situation, but it gets taxing just like anything else. So I would like to see, that we have a plan, because if we do nothing, we're going to have potentially homeless people just all over our community. And I don't think anybody wants that. Yes, we don't want to be in the shelter business. However, we've never had this situation before until Title 42, was it expired, or I don't know what the correct term is, but anyway, we have to do something. We can't just sit here and wait and then react to having people in the park or having people, sleeping in the streets. I don't think anybody has a clear answer, but it seems to me that a humanitarian problem is, not something that we should ignore.
Thank you, Mrs. Acosta. With that, I would like to propose to the council that we spend up to a certain amount. I'd like to suggest either 50 or 100,000, and direct staff to see where additional placement can be in the community, along with the possibility of hiring that that part-time person to help with the coordination of the transportation, the logistics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Mayor,
I don't know how comfortable the rest of the council is with that, but that's what I see. Mr. Bolanegro, please.
what about our community, our call center? We can renovate it or whatever and use it. In the meantime, plus we can purchase a bus in order to transport these people if it comes to that, for us to do it.
Certainly something for staff to look at, but again, we need to I think what staff needs direction is, again, is to be able to spend money at our direction to do that. Mrs. Morales, please.
If we can provide transportation though, isn't there a liability issue with our insurance?
Good point.
We can vet that and make sure we get a response if the city's stepping in to maybe provide the vehicle in coordination with something else and making sure that all proper insurance is in place. A good question. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mayor?
Yeah, Mr. Shelton and then Mrs. Costa.
I go along with the idea of what the mayor said. Maybe allocate 100,000. Go to the church that is doing this right now and tell them we'll help them out. And I like the idea of maybe looking into the National Guard building. I don't see in that because that's a nice facility in there. And they have restrooms. Do they have a kitchen in there?
Yes, has a kitchen, has,
They have everything ready to go and it's sitting there.
We'll get clarification on that.
Oh, yeah, and that's my opinion. And I was even thinking 50, 60,000, that's nothing. But if we start this, you know, and the rumor gets out, it might be overloaded too. On the other hand, you know, people come. But we have to do something. And do the human thing to do. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. And again, the majority of people that are here don't want to be here. They want to be able to get out of town as quick as possible. Mrs. Acosta?
Yes, I was just gonna, open up to public comment, not here, but to give suggestions. I mean, this is something that I don't think anybody really knows what to do with. And if people have ideas, if people have suggestions, that we could explore, please share them because it's not an easy issue and we just really don't know where to go.
Thank you, Mrs. Costa.
Mayor?
Mr. Grijalva, please.
I'd like to echo your point and Mr. Shelton's point, but I think we need to be very specific on where that money should come from. I think it should come from the council project line item because it is our responsibility. And I wouldn't want any other program, any other department to feel the burden of that, since we should have more than enough money for that.
Thank you, Mr. Grijalva. And I think there's multiple areas that wouldn't, not multiple, but a few areas that wouldn't affect any operation, if I'm not mistaken. So again, staff, you guys are the professionals. I'd love to see where you think would be best to do that. I'm not opposed to what Mr. Grijalva is suggesting, just that you guys know the best. Anyone else? So is everybody comfortable with, if you like to make a motion to that effect to Mr. Shelton?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we designate $100,000 to go toward the situation of the immigrants that are coming in, and then to go out and maybe explore other people and organizations or companies that might want to help us out in this process.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Shelton, second by Mr. Negro to approve expenditures up to $100,000. And of course, staff can always come back if that seems to go very quickly. And pursue various opportunities to be able to alleviate the situation and develop a plan for the future. Any questions or comments?
Is this gonna take a public relations officer or person to,
If that's what staff thinks is necessary, yes.
okay.
Anyone else have a input you'd like to offer at this time? Thank you. And I want to reiterate, Mrs. Sosa brings up a very good point. If anybody knows of something that we're missing, please contact Mr. Kiko and the staff here or us, and we'd be happy to look into it. Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Lindemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta,
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton,
Yes.
Councilmember Batanegro.
Yes.
Councilmember Grijalva.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morales.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 9, city manager reports, Mr. Kiko, if you have a voice left.
I have a voice left. I will try to be brief. Mayor, members of the council and community members. Community calendar of events, drive-in movie, Friday, December 15th, showing Polar Express starting at dusk at Ministerios Tierra de Bendición parking lot, or AKA former Kmart parking lot. Also Santa in the Park this Saturday, 10 to 1, Raul Castro Park, art workshop series, Monday, December 18th through the 20th and the 20th. Also, fire department is underway with their holiday jacket, food card and toy drive, with deliveries happening throughout the remainder of this week. As of today, 140 jackets pre-K through 5th grade have been issued, 90 food cards for elderly in need, and 50 households with a total of just under 100 kids receiving Toys for Tots. Also, at the Border Air Museum, we're undergoing a few more changes to better connect the community with aviation history. We've recently worked on a new Facebook page and upgrading the quality of some of the exhibits by placing a quality printer and scanner there to do some touch-ups on the items we have there. And also working on audio-visual area for narrated stories. And on that, we should be ready in January. Also, Veterans Park Swimming Pool assessment and inspection took place November 28th, and we expect a report in the coming week. And I hope to bring back some short-term and long-term solutions for that, and hopeful to address some of the community needs once we are well informed on the condition of the structural integrity of the swimming pool. Cemetery beautification project has begun, and we're within the next month going to construct a new block fence surrounding the grounds on the west and north sides of the cemetery, and also begin the planning of an archway at the 3rd Street main entrance. We are also repairing approximately 253 collapsed graves that are very old and in need of repair, that no longer have loved ones to care for them. We are attempting to repair 2 or 3 per week. And then a water line replacement project will be planned as a future upgrade, as well as a potential plan for a columbarium on site. More to follow on that beautification project. Chino Road received temporary repairs over the last 2 weeks to smooth out some of the rough edges and make it safer. Again, it's a very temporary thing. Staff continues to work on longer term plans for permanent solutions, which are major capital projects. On a good note, also, HUD this week gave us final approval on the process to transfer assumable loans on the sale of La Peria Apartments that has been underway for a very long time, but working with a federal agency was quite the challenge. So we expect to ratify the final sale of the apartments at the January meeting.
That's great.
We also have some remodeling of the therapy pool and some of the shower rooms at the Aquatic Center underway. Visitor Center also is working on a new website and also has a new Facebook and they're working with our public relations staff assistant on getting that completed. And we do have for next year, someone that has reached out to us to organize as a special event, an Apacheria Trail, which is a form of bicycle race. They will be hosting next year in November, so it's about 11 months away. But we're working on looking forward to a new event in town. So I was hoping to also have some new staff here introduce themselves. We'll try and get them here for the January meeting. They were not available today, but I'd like to announce that Brian Meaton started this week, first week, as Deputy Director of Public Works. And John Didier, he's in his second week of employment, our new golf course superintendent. So very hopeful for the work they will be bringing forth and allowing us to make some huge impacts there in our departments. And that's it. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to our community members, staff, and mayor and council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kego. Item number 10, informational items and reports from council on future agenda item requests. Mr. Grijalva.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to remind everybody Commodities Day at the Food Bank this Monday. I want to thank everyone who attended and made the wrestling event possible this month, especially Elizabeth Daniel and her staff and Melissa Rodriguez and Douglas High School for renting us the gym. I'd also like to thank Alma Andrade and Luis Pedrosa for going to the wrestling event. Ida Pedregal also went to the wrestling event. And it's not something I don't think they go to, but I heard they had fun. So hopefully if there's a third one, we need more people from City Hall to go so they could see the community, to see what the community wants to interact with them. So I was very grateful for those who went. I'd also like to congratulate our employees. We're going to have a lunch this Friday at the American Legion. I'd like to remind council that we need to always treat our employees as best as we can because they're not only our backbone, they're also our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grijalva. Anyone else?
Mayor,
Yes, please, Mr. Lindeman.
this has been a long meeting, extraordinarily long tonight. But I want to propose that we change our meeting time to 5 o'clock. And that way, speaking of our employees, they are missing their family time when they come to our meetings. So I think our regular meetings, notwithstanding tonight's meeting, of course, if we move that up to 5 o'clock, we can all be doing our community business and then we can go home and enjoy our family time. The school district has meetings at 5 o'clock. And I'm understanding that some members of the faith community would like to attend our meetings, but on Wednesdays, they have other commitments such as Bible studies and things like that. So I'm thinking that if the community or the council can move ours up just an hour, our regular meetings won't last as long as tonight. And I think that would be a good thing for people to come and attend. And then we do our business and everybody can go home and enjoy their family. So I'm proposing that.
Thank you, Mr. Lindeman. If we could have that on January agenda, whichever way we need to propose to change that, whether it's a simple motion or whether it's an ordinance or whatever it takes, but to do that. Thank you. Mr. Shelton.
All I have to say is Merry Christmas to everybody. We've got a lot of people leave and always remember the reason for this season. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Anyone else? Yes, please, Ms. Morales.
Just want to share Merry Christmas, all the employees, Mayor and council. The employees are our backbone, so thank you for all you do and how to address Christmas for your family.
Thank you, Mrs. Morales. Anyone else? I'd like to take this opportunity to mention I'm happy to hear in the report from the city manager about the possibility of a columbarium at our cemetery. I was approached by former funeral home owner Alex Espinosa and the many requests that he has received for a columbarium. And I happened to run into Mr. Scarcega from Brown Page and asked him what he's experiencing, and he said similar things, that there's been some requests. So if staff could look into that and see what the possibilities are in that area. I'd also like to report on this past Monday, we had a meeting in Agua Prieta with the municipal president over there. We're also were able to invite our fairly new consul general from the United States stationed in Nogales to come over and meet with us. Some of the topics that are important to our community are items like the possibility of doing some of the Mexican immigration, not the immigration, but the document work to possibly have some hours and office time in Agua Prieta for those citizens to be able to do that. For example, children born in Mexico to U.S. parents to get their birth certificate, things like that, that don't require a lot of security there. We also spoke, you mentioned, Mr. Urquijo, the bike possible, not race, but tour there. And we talked about those type of events of how we can maybe do cross-border type sporting events to, again, enhance our culture here in United States and Mexico. There also, the governor of Sonora announced this morning in Agua Prieta a major manufacturer, the biggest manufacturer I understand in the world that makes ball caps, will be creating a factory in Agua Prieta that will eventually, over the next 4 or 5 years, employ up to 4,000 people there to be able to make that happen. So again, and part of the reason is because the work that's been done on the new commercial port of entry. So those type of things are happening in our community. And that's why we maintain regular conversations with these people. And that's why we maintain regular conversations with our federal representatives. And it's all about establishing relationships. And I'm excited and happy to report on that. Anyone else?
Merry Christmas.
Yeah,
Happy
Merry
New Year to
Christmas.
everybody.
Happy New Year to everyone. Thank
God
you.
bless.
Item number 11, may I have a motion to adjourn? Mrs. Morales, is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Morales, second by Mr. Shelton to adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Yeah.
Any opposed by nay? The ayes have it. We stand adjourned at 8:47 PM.
All right, Merry Christmas, you guys. Happy New Year.
Dennis, thank you.
Bye, Dennis.
Bye, have a good night.